Wrong one. There we go. Okay. So a little bit of pace from last time, but should be fine. More spooky. I have played prior Amnesia games before, or at least Amnesia the Dark Descent. I've also played some Friction's other games. I played Penumbra. I played Soma. I also played one game from Chinese devs behind this specific entry, Amnesia, Dear Esther, which was fine, although it kind of runs into the issue you get sometimes for the first, or at least one of the popularizers of the genre, being the earliest to come out. If you've played stuff that's come afterwards, it's not quite as impressive, but it did it did its job fairly well. So I'm just going to turn the volume down just a smidge. Hopefully it's not drowning anybody out. Now, if you've not seen any of the Amnesia stuff before, don't worry. It's basically an anthology. None of them are directly connected to each other as far as we're aware, so should be good if you haven't seen or played the first one. Though I imagine most people probably have at this point, either through themselves or Markiplier, but without further ado, crash on me already. Music's still playing, but I got the little wheel of doom going, so come on. There we go. Makes a beast of himself, removes himself from the pain of being human. Dr. Samuel Johnson.
Daddy, Daddy, please don't kill me.
Starting similar to Dark Descent. A bit less of a trail to follow, but now the question, blood or wine? Let's see. Okay, I can move. We have a Holy Bible, more wine. straight now, buddy. There we go. I feel oddly short in this place. Alright. Oop. June 24th, 1899. In my dreams, I see a man dressed in jaguar skins and feathered like a blooded saint. What came from the heart lubricated us. It crushed evil under its tread and liberated us all. The fetid heat of the jungle mirrored somewhere behind my forehead. My temple pounds, the blood boils in my skull. It feels that there's something alive there. A rat, a damn rat gnawing through my brains, eating its way out into the world. Even the laudanum will not quell its endless hunger. I hear my children playing in the attic, but it fills me with terror, not love. What desperate thoughts are these? I wonder if he found something in a cave like we did in the first game. Anything in here? No. Okay. Didn't know this had controller options. I'm sticking the mouse and keyboard anyway, but
Daddy, find us!
we're certainly starting off brighter than Dark Descent. Maybe the name had something to do with that. Another bedroom.
I held your hand and watched the blood pool between your legs.
Hey, Dragon.
You lived long enough to see Edwin, but not Enoch. I will take care of them, my love. I promise you this.
I swear I've heard this guy's voice somewhere before, but I cannot quite place it. It's weird, because it's really bright on my end, but that might just be because I've got the sun right behind it. Although, what I can try and do... Let's see. Is that too much if I just get rid of it completely? I'll leave it like this for a little bit and we'll see. Oop, there's the pig mask from the cover. This guy's name later, because I swear I've heard that voice somewhere before. Glasses, but no notes. Okay. Should I get rid of mine as well? I did say the kids are in the attic. Which means that's the last place we're gonna look. I don't suppose I can jump through the over the edge. I remember there was a fan mission from Dark Descent that I played. That was basically the only way I could get past one of the monsters they had for it. I just let him up here and then hopped the banister. Alright, well, we got anywhere else we can go, so...
Papa, this way!
Ball. Alright, here you go, champ. Up into the attic farther, I see. All of these have locks on them, so I don't think I can hide in these cabinets. That is a very loose lock, if that's
I have no idea what her name is yet. We've just been called Papa at best. Okay. Oh, a note has been added to my journal. Found the documents already for that. My journal. Oop, here we go. Attics and nurseries. But they slept in the attic when they were babes in arms, and perhaps they've hidden there now. I remember I insisted upon it, midway between my bedroom and my office. And a fever dream. I wake alone to a house in silence. That missing sound of children playing is like a dark and fecund sepulchre, beckoning me to begin a descent to the loam where surely only bodies may be found. No matter. My children call and I shall answer them. I will find them.
There's a bad man coming.
And the twist is the bad man is us! Yep, there's kids. Or something. Okay, I've got a lantern. Turn on pressing F and use to find your way through the dark areas. Be careful not to attract unwanted attention with the beam. Okay, it also looks like no... Oh! Oh dear. Y'all been eating the rats. And also, it does not look like we have a fuel meter this time around. I can't pick up those random ones. I think I remember these assets from Dark Descent. And, oop. Hello. That is... I can't tell if it's just dirty or bloodstained. Anyway. Edwin and Enoch's diary, October 11th, 1899. Daddy says there won't be a Christmas this year. He's much too busy. Nanny says we must not disturb him. He's ever so busy. He's gone for work before she wakes us, and often we're asleep before he returns. We found a bird in the garden with a broken wing. We gave it to Nanny, who said it was a filthy thing, and hit it with a rolling pin. Later we crept downstairs to bury the body when everyone was asleep. There was a pig in the garden. We heard it snuffling about. Then Daddy came and said we had to come inside straight away. He was furious, but we think he'd been crying again. Again, already shaping up to be Father of the Year. Yes and yes. Am I going the right way? Ah, okay. Okay. There we go. Sorta. Okay, there we go. Yep. The more
We're hiding, Daddy.
the more I hear his voice, I might recognize it more. Which audio dramas, if you can list them? I've mostly listened to like the audiobooks of some of the early Horus Heresy, and then there are a few audio dramas I listened to. I don't remember the specific name, but it was one where Horus basically rolls up to a Mechanicus planet and beats them down. Let's see. Music box playing. Oop. Hey, there we go. We can open the drawers. So I can lift a chair, but not a book. Hey, we got a note. Alright, February 14th, 1899. Yes, he said, I know these ruins. He was a shabby fellow, all rotten with some malodorous disease. I caught him looking at me strangely, as if what he really wanted to know was how I knew of them. Biting back the temptation to box his ears for the impudence, he simply smiled and told him my family's library contained intriguing travel books. The illiterate oaf did not understand that, of course. He agreed to lead us anyway. I've told the children, truly, this will be an extraordinary adventure. If those old stones hold the financial benefits I predict, it will merely be the first of many. Yeah, Horus Heresy series, definitely would probably be where I've heard of it. I believe I heard up until Legion. Okay. Maybe these ruins are the same ones, as the, or at least similar ones to the ones in the first. We'll see. These fancy locks on these doors.
Daddy.
Well, we've had dogs playing poker. Now we've got genteel pigs. It's not quite a gramophone.
You don't mind if I record this, do you? I find it most useful.
Ah, you have one of those wonderful Martin bills. No, of course not, my dear fellow.
It's my own design, Professor, along with everything you see.
Most useful. You understand, of course, why the ministry sent me. That they have concerns.
In the middle of Spain. Okay. That's it, I'm getting my gun. I can't. Fine. Hey, Ocala. So he's playing poker. Use the player piano plays no more. That door's still locked, so I'm guessing heading back upstairs. Unless this... Ah! Never mind. Okay, now you're giving me my choice of guns. I'm not going to be able to use any of them, I imagine.
Hello?
Precious eagle cactus fruit. Help us.
That was informative. Oh! Oh, game, you tease me so. Well, this isn't creepy at all. Hello, kids. Be with you in just a moment. Don't suppose I can break the windows. Curses. No small objects to pick up and throw. Alright, clockwork in the soul. Replacement dissatisfactory. So like a pump. Better the intestinal canal, like a tapeworm already hosting intrusion in the breed. Brass better than copper, more resistant. Filaments sewn to bone hold. Marrow pipe removal with needle potential. Composite replacement straightforward. Will respond to electromagnetic inducement to increase yield rate. Serum provides accelerated resetting results in a naturalized movement within 2 to 3 days. Subject still requires severing of frontal lobes to reduce emotional distress upon reactivation. Damn it, damn this wretched soul. If only it were mere clockwork. I imagine we've been, maybe altering some people and making sure they don't freak out when they wake back up. Is this gonna be like the pigmen from that Doctor Who episode? Somebody's been in here for a while.
This this dawning epoch, this age of reason, an empire grown fat, ripe for the bleeding.
And I want to say he maybe did the first 3 books of Horus Heresy. Maybe. They switch around the actors every now and again. I know he wasn't the one to do Fulgrim. Lily's honor banquet. We'll fasten that great mouth down over the chimney and inhale the world, and suck the fairies and the nonsense clean from your dirty heart. Does not like loading for some reason. Granted, it has been kind of stuttery with the frame rate. Not. Oh, there it goes. It is very bright in here. I'm gonna turn the gamut down just a smidge. I swear the difference between those made it go through the roof, and I don't know why it would do that between levels. It's still kind of washed out, but... Okay, hang on, now it's sort of back to normal. One moment. No, it's still pretty washed out. Okay, I'll crank it down just to do about that much. Okay, still kind of hazy, but we'll make do. They taught us how to run. I imagine we're going to start getting enemies soon. I do know that in Grand Chinese Room tradition, you can't die in this one. You can get caught, and then you wake up in a cage and get out. Edwin Enoch's Diary, October 3rd, 1899. Daddy says we're not allowed to play with the animals anymore. We were playing hide-and-seek with Cook, and he came and shouted at us, just as we were going to hide behind Mr. Grumpy Teddy. Cook says it's because of the guns in there, but he always lets us help polish them, so it can't be that. Anyway, that room's haunted. If you sneak around there at night, you can hear the ghosts in the walls behind the cases. They're often angry, or that's how it sounds. We think that's why you can hear them rattling their chains and slamming the doors like that. We don't like it in there anyway.
This way, Papa. Come and see.
Hey kids, be there in just a moment. Just gonna check everywhere else first. Don't suppose I can open that and play. No. Okay. Hey, I can turn the light on. Probably will not be good if I need to hide, but... blood or drinks. Hard to tell. Granted, it's an Amnesia game. It could be both. Whoa. That stutter. Nope, we got this again.
I must say, my dear man, you look awful.
Yes, I seem to have picked up something rather nasty in Mexico.
I do understand what you've been through. A lesser man would have crumbled. Yet you have made all of this. Your great factory, your charities. It is a wonder for one man alone.
It will all be made clear, Professor. But first, a drink.
That's always a red flag. Always a red flag. Just hopefully it's not as bad as it was for the poor folks in the first game who took a drink. Also, there's our gramophone. I think. Wait. No, not quite.
Mandus, do you know me?
Who are you? Where are my children?
Trapped, Mandus. Far below us. The machine is fouled. It is breached. It is flooded. The bulkheads are down. The children are engaged. If you help me, I can help you release them. Restore the power, Mandus. Drain the flooding and restart the great engines.
How? Where should I go? Hello? Hello?
I'm sure nothing bad will ever happen about us restarting the big machines deep beneath the earth. Ooh, there's outside. Don't think we got that in the original Amnesia. Alright, let me just... That was enlightening. Do a little quick search around here first. I think this is where the kids were earlier. There you go. Dice is her. Oh boy. I can try reading this, but it's not my forte. Schlaf mein Kind, schlaf dein Herr schlacht unter meiner Hand, und ich weich dich deisen offen runden Bein dieses Herrs, sanft weiter durch mich, und dein Herz gehört mir, und ich weich dich dieser werdenden Lieb dieses Herrs, Traum diese heilig Wund wird bluten und die Engel trauen, nur dich schlafen zu sehen, mein Kind, schlaf und ich werd dich weigen. I have no idea what that says, or if I pronounced it correctly. I apologize, Okala, if that was an affront to the language. Oop. What say you? I can't quite crouch and read it. Oop, hello. I just fell down. Alright, let me check the rest of this way before I head back towards the other side. Actually, can I get out through? No, those are locked. Alright. Let's check this other side path first. Ah, both these lead outside. I'll head back that way. See what's out here first. Anything in the weeds here? No, doesn't look like it. We'll head that way a bit later. Does this loop back around, perhaps? me, game. You give me physics and a grab thing, and I can't do anything with the toilet. For shame. Also, apparently got something new in my journal. The Weeping Rooms. Where once we sat to weep Lily's passing, under weapons that cannot slay the angels to retrieve her from heaven. Look beyond the paintings, Oswald, where once you watched her bathe. The children must have discovered these secret places and taken refuge there. Grand Hall. That voice on the telephone. He speaks as if he knows me, and I indeed seem to remember him. Like a twin pulled away from the other at birth, I feel we are entwined, though I cannot conceive of how. I'm a drowning man gasping for the surface within my own house. Beneath me I know there is splendid architecture hidden in the dark, if I can only find the entrances. On bears and bathtubs. After the party she took my arm and said, "But darling, how did you get from the trophy room to the guest bathroom so quickly? Everyone considers you quite the magician." My darling Lilibeth, my father's house has many rooms, and as for mine, well, it also has its secret chambers. Now, let's see. Aha! Oh boy! That is a lot of blood. There is something in that bed. I can't quite tell if it's a body or what. It does look kind of like it's stitched together, which is very on brand for Amnesia. Hey! Looks like we're finding the machines. I'm back in the Evil Within. Locked now, so I guess, yeah, that was... Do I... No. Let's see, I'm supposed to jump in, but... I don't quite see anything big enough to drop in there. I imagine we'll come back to this direction later. We had to find this. Alright, well... Let's check the room that connects us to... Oh, well, we've got blood showing up. I think that was what was on the bed. It was!
Hands are bleeding, raw. Scrub and scrub, but the smell will not lift. How can I hold my children with these hands now? How can I kiss them goodnight with lips that have issued such instruction?
He headed that way, so we're definitely checking the dining room first. I didn't remember these being out here. Oh. No, I don't know if we did. I'll double check. Alright, December 20th, 1899. I am to have a visitor, the distinguished Professor A. He's come to ascertain my mental well-being after my prolonged absence from the club. But I'm not stupid. He's here to spy for them. When they stalked the Ripper, he was often called to pontificate upon lacerations and missing organs. Now he comes to me to doff and wheedle, and, "My dear sir," and, "But you must still grieve," and, "Perhaps just a quick look at your engines, the triumph of the age." He knows nothing of loss, nothing of sacrifice. But to refuse, I would simply poke the hornet's nest, invite a swarm of interlopers and thieves. I must entertain this buffoon and submit to this intrusion. Perhaps I should show him the tripery. See whether his stomach, so trained by rummaging in the innards of clumsily vivisected whores, is strong enough to stare into the real engines of this golden age. I may even introduce him to Jack, or his sons at least. They have stronger locks on the windows now, and we bring their toys to them. So, we may know Jack the Ripper. Graciously, the game is not saddled with a stamina meter. Or a sanity meter, I don't think. I haven't seen any sort of UI indication. Although, again, we can't die as far as I know, so... that makes sense. Ooh, hello. We've got our own little, display room. Oh yeah, we saw that... because we're coming in from the other side here. Oh, blood leads into here, I believe. Or did it lead to the other direction? Nope, okay, so we're all heading the same way. Good to know. Okay. We've got more guns. Seems we've been on safari some. Got ourselves... I thought that was an owl, but no, that's an eagle. Ooh, hang on. Precious eagle cactus fruit. There's that pig again. Giant anteater. Shot April 12th, 1892. Hippopotamus. Shot September 15th, 1896. No label for the jaguar. I recognize that spider. That there's from Penumbra. And we have a grizzly bear. Although there's a door behind him, maybe? Do these other ones interact? No, it's a tapir. Alrighty, let's see what happens. Which way do I need to push you? This way. It does not. It is just... unless it was... oh shoot, what was it? Hang on. No, not this one. It was... Mr. Grumpy Teddy. I think. We are again. Imagine if we'd not turned off that steam before, we'd have had to go around the other way again. Alright, let's turn this off. Right way, or do I have to turn it? I probably have to turn it this way to shut it off. Oh, okay. Nope. There we go. Okay. Yeah, locked again. Okay. Figure out where to next. Doors are still locked. There's something. Yeah, hey, can you open the door for me? No? Alright. Well, where else do we have to go? Turn both those switches. I guess We can head back outside to see if there's another way, another direction to take. Oh, well that, I guess, answers that question. There's only one way. But from this side. Ah!
I am off to market. I will cry all the way home. I will have none. I will have none at all.
Okay, this is where we came in before. Same with the one on this side, I imagine. Yes.
He's coming. Come on, Daddy. It's this way.
Okay, what is it? Curious discovery. Metal ticking as it cools and contracts. This must be the strange machine my new friend told me of. My children discovered this place is entirely conceivable. They strayed downwards, delighted in their discovery. Very well. It seems my route is predestined. The descent begins. Back outside again.
Come and see, Papa. We found an egg. A stone egg.
Please don't tell me it's the same artifact from the first game. I think that was a sphere instead of an egg, but still. Ow. Against the rising waters, curled into his cabin, he barely noticed the passing weeks. The swell nearly sunk her, but his fever kept it afloat. In the dark, his song glowing. And it didn't nearly crash that time. Hooray! These wine kegs certainly look familiar.
Come on, slow coach. It's this way.
That's a new one. I haven't heard that before. Alright. Trapped. Was it a trick? That voice on the phone who seems so close to my own, who seems to know me so well. Does he lead me for a nefarious purpose of his own secret devising? Do I have a choice? Even though his motives are unknown to me, I must find my boys. I will follow the machinery down to the very core of the earth that will lead me to Edwin and Enoch.
The shaking ground you feel is our attempts to clear the flood waters. Treachery, Mandus. We were undone. Your children are trapped by this act. You must find them before it is too late.
What do you need me to do? How can I find them?
Always deeper, Mantis. Through the piston room and into the tunnels. Then find the bilge and flush the rotten water. I will help you where I can. But you must be swift, my little friend.
I see nothing suspicious about this at all. Also, what are you? Is that a fuse, a battery? I can't quite tell. I can't rotate it. It's not like VR chat where I can... I can't keep it with me either, as best I can tell. I'll leave it on the table. Over here. Hello? I'm sure it's just the boys messing around. Alrighty. Ah, yes, so it was the fuse. Get rid of that one, get the old one. I know my frictional game stuff after I flip the switches when the boogity woo shows up. Also, we got a new journal entry. The saboteur has been this way. Intriguing. The gates are far too heavy for a man to lift and are instead hoisted aloft by a chain coiled around a tube that appears to be spun by motors connected to these electrical switches. While the fuse is blown, the motor cannot be spun, and the gates will remain an impenetrable barrier to progress. Well, good thing we know where the fuse is. But we'll check around before we flip the switch. Oh, we have more than one. I'll take this one. We may need more than one of these, but let's look around before we flip that switch. Hello? Oh, okay, it's a barrier blocking it. Oh, we got another one over here. Seems we're spoiled for choice. I imagine we'll find more of these we're gonna have to mess with. Okay, what is... Can I actually affect this at all? It's hard to tell which way it's going. Down. Down. Doors I can handle. These, however, are very finicky to do with this control scheme. Okay. Okay, looks like that's where it's supposed to go. Nope, okay, never mind. Thought it was locked in place like the pressure valves. I guess not. Oh, okay, looks like it's a ladder of some sort. Okay. Well, no, that one does spin without power. It's whatever this switch is. Yoink. And that did this. Yeah, I think that was like a gate or a ladder leading up to something that now we can get to. Yeah, this thing. Okay, we do want it down here.
And eyes, small bones in the orchard. I have carried this world on my back with its legs about me. Damn this wretched soul. I am given birth to nothing but machinery.
Don't you have two sons, though? Yeah. Alright, anyway, yeah, it looks like putting that down gave us a ladder we could go up. Anything underneath we could take a look at beforehand? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Oh. can't affect that from here. I imagine I'm going to have to let these all up first. So okay. I think I get what it wants me to do. Okay. Or wait. Yes, okay. There we go. That's either going to break that wall open, or it'll just make it where I can climb up now. Okay, oh boy, alright. Up here. Up here. At least it's moving. Yeah, come the rest of the way down, please. Thank you. Almost. Come on. There we go. Yeah. You could do more movement. You also could lift a lot more things. This is very specific on what you're allowed to move and what you're not. Oh, well. Okay, let's see what's down this way. That gate, okay. Sounds like somebody's crying. Did the fuses break again? I'm gonna have to replace both of them. Okay. Well, at least this is probably where I'm going to have to go, so let's see. Yep, alright. Got a bit of a trip ahead of us to get a new fuse. Guess I'm not going back that way. Let's see. Another confounded fuse box. The fellow was thorough in his sabotage of somewhat repetitive. The stench from these barrels is quite discomforting. I certainly hope that whatever chemistry this room is designed to store is not a defining feature of the flood that threatens my children. I guess we can unlatch that one door we saw earlier. Yep, okay. More chewed on rats. August 19th, 1899. Von Reichenbach writes of the Odic Force, whilst that ignorant charlatan Blavatsky pontificated upon the soul. They're both cretins. To think that one could strive for such great heights without wading first through puke and innards, without standing upon an architecture of bones. Montezuma was the wiser. But here in our temples of steel, I've witnessed the severed head of a man, recently trampled to death by a runaway carriage, immersed in a solution of the Brennenburg compound, to open his eyes and cry, "Oh, where are my legs, sir? Where is my body?" We are breaking through the barriers of death itself. Oh, my dead darling Lily, it is too late for you, but I promise you this. I will save our children from death, and if need be, I will wrench them back from the blackness with this wonderful concoction. So our kids are definitely already dead. I'm just gonna call that one now. Hello, Pigman. Goodbye, Pigman. Oh, I'm sorry. Glad everything's okay, Trey. The path is clear. Seems this chemical processor is merely one part of a much larger complex. No easy route for me, then. I will follow my fever, the calls of my children, where they may lead me, as I move further into this strange empire.
the way.
They're definitely not illusions. Oh, fun. Mimic that. Not quite, it seems. Unless maybe I get a running start. Nope.
Hold still, for God's sake, hold still, child. Don't let it get into your eyes. I'm gonna rinse it out now. There. It will be fine. You just need to lie down. Enoch, look to your brother. How many times have I told you not to play in the cellar?
I thought that was water for a bit. I guess not. Alright. Is this the direction we first came down? Okay. Okay. But we have made a loop, because that was... Oh no, I haven't.
I told you he'd come.
Extraordinary. Quite extraordinary. And you brought it all. Good God, man. You have been busy.
It is wonderful how tragedy focuses the mind. What else was I to do? Fall into grief, pine, and fade in my hopelessness? Why not then simply die in that jungle amongst those dead temples?
Before we start messing around with that. Okay, that was blocked. Nope. No. Stop that. Imagine when I want the pressure up for these, so... Decontamination chamber. Locked. What does it say? A flood breach, emergency shutdown in place. I'm guessing this is a... Certainly looks like a slaughterhouse diagram. Looks like the loading screens we've been getting for each section. Go deeper down. Okay, still nothing there. How about in this one? Nothing. Alright. Nothing still. Carry transition. Collar, the neck, the noose. 2 cups of flour, 1 cup of water, a pinch of salt, a handful of mints, a bay leaf, an herb, a skeleton key for the nursery, and a mixing will go together. This brought to you by Sweeney Todd, apparently. be with you in a moment, sir. There we go. Yellow.
I have such visions to share with thee. If my jaw be unshackled, and you harvest the crust from my eyes, make me clean, Mandus, that my thoughts and words can unfouled be.
Not gonna have any concern about that at all. We're just gonna keep going down, following his advice. He seems very reasonable right now. Anywho, what else we got in the journal? Factory offices. All the suggestions of a large workforce, yet no actual signs of life. It's every bit as if someone has attempted to carefully create the illusion of a working factory complex. Yet this facade, when examined closely, is clearly just a falsification. I must put my anxieties aside, call the unease that pits my stomach, and continue my path. Now, maybe listen to your gut, buddy. Just maybe. Yep, here we go. May 1st, 1899. But then what if they could stand upright and walk as men? What if the brute were harnessed thus? Would they sing? Would they find their own god? I have seen these things, and I will tell you now, no. No, they will not. They will happily accept fealty to a god thrust upon them, and worship it thus given. In this, I realize they are no different to the masses. They are much the same as us. Once this irrevocable threshold is passed, I understand that we too are shackled and must be set free. To free the man, we cut the man. In order to cross that great evolutionary line, it must first be painted upon the ground. So, what, were we doing Island of Dr. Moreau to make a workforce of pigmen? Maybe we started with pigs and not with people. Let's see. Okay. Again, I'm not quite sure. Is this a gramophone or is it a very similar but not quite the same? And I can't see a way to turn it off. Even though it was drawing my attention with the music. Ah! Pleasant. Should we just keep that in a desk? Alright. Oh, sorry about that. Alright. August 22nd, 1899. In America, they talk of building their cities to the skies. To me, this seems folly. But perhaps it is simply a case of a nation found without a history of its own. We walk upon our histories. They are compacted into the very loam beneath our feet. The engineers we employed talked of this. They talked of how in building the underground trains, they would often come across older tunnels crisscrossing the capital. What palaces lie buried beneath us? We are digging, excavating, and reappropriating what we find. At the center of the planet, my architect tells me, there is a great iron ball. It is the egg of the world. This room is pointless. Unless we're gonna have to hide in here later. October 11th, 1899. We integrate the very latest knowledge of chemistry, using low levels of laudanum derivative in the feed to subdue the product even before the initiation of the process. This means that when we drag them from the holding pens onto the line, they are less likely to panic and damage the machine components, other products, or themselves. This section of the belt is sheathed in rubber and kept well lit to maintain good spirits. We've actually found that the intelligent placement of gramophones and simple acoustic amplification tubes around the lines mean we can use music to further soothe the product. We find Debussy particularly effective in this regard. Okay, I'm more likely thinking they're talking about people, but Warning, fueling pumps. Volatile chemicals are in use. These materials are highly corrosive. Wear protection. Okay. Alright, we've got pig corpses. Movable pig corpses, too. It's locked. Truck fueling station. That is locked. Yes, okay. I'm gonna need to, yeah. Let's see, I wonder... Should you go... here? That'll do. Or not. Okay. It's funny, the initial thrust they move so easily and then it starts sagging. And more chewed on rats. Give me one option here, game. I can check real quick. Does not look like it. Alright, let's see. September 28, 1899. Imagine, they say, a machine one day that might think like a man. As if this is to be desired. One might also almost boast of creating a man who breathed like a pig. Men and women upon all fours, running carelessly, ejaculating their filthy little missives into the streets. Alleys and gutters running freely with the careless spill of their conjoinings. The air thick with the whimpering of lust. Bodies streaked with their own emissions. We've created a world where man is so utterly debased he will spray his seed over passerbys. And yet this is the condition Babbage aspired to. No, this is not the machine we seek. Such an entity should be nothing less than a deity, and we would fall upon our knees and worship it. We shall not carve gods to bicker and fornicate. They will exist to clean the world and set us free. I reject Babbage as I reject those men of government. Let the pigs copulate in the gutters whilst they can. We shall scoop them up and ease their ascension soon enough. You seem to have a little bit of an obsession there, buddy. That was a very vivid picture you had already loaded up and ready to go. Strangers not allowed on this. Works of inquiries to be made at the lodge. I thought inquiry was with an I. I guess enquiry and inquiry are different. Could just be Old English like gray and gray. Boycott! Ban swine stench from our streets. Manda's factory must close. Delivery schedule. How in blazes are we supposed to meet these damn schedules? Even the basic equipment we're provided with simply will not perform a designated function. These cursed, newfangled trucks will only run a fraction of the distance my old nag managed before running out of stinking gasoline. The gaffer says it's fine, and there's plenty of pumps to refill them outside the factory walls, but you end up dragging a blessed tank from the truck to the nearest one to refill it, and the one in the step room is empty again. Storeroom is empty again. I can't be turning that crank handle all day only to find the tank is empty. Well, sod, it says. Sada says I. Enough for a night, and to my bed I go. It's not like anyone needs to access this bleeding graveyard anyway. Harry, if you get this, I'll meet you in the Damson Templar for a jar. Okay, so I guess I gotta find the gas tank somewhere. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be like it will connect into it.
Come on, Papa. Let's climb this one. I can see more pictures at the top.
St. Dunstan's Church. In fact, what we got? Pumping station. Appears to be some kind of fueling station. I've seen automobiles demonstrated at Mr. Yarn and Mr. Simmons' works, but the smell here is all wrong. This is not petroleum, of that I'm sure. Everything suggests to me this machine must be significant in some way. And holy orders. This church is connected to the plant. How odd. However, it does suggest that another route into the main part of the facility, given the locked doors around the fueling station. The truck blocks my way, however, almost as if the saboteur knew that I might consider this alternative entrance. Well, what I imagine we're going to have to do is find the fuel tank, go back, refuel it, then put it in that truck. Okay. Chemical transportation, yeah. Highly. Looks like a battery. I don't think that's quite what we need to refuel, unless they want me to get into the, oh lord, I always forget what these things are, the one I need to remember what they are. Dumbwaiter, that's it. Alright, this canister looks as if it may fit the fuel pump I saw earlier. It certainly carries the same fetid, unholy reek. I will not think of that which I saw pass me in its cage. I will not gaze into that machine room. More immediate task presents itself. The opportunity perhaps to gain access to St. Dunstan's. And I missed whatever it was he spotted. What do I hear? Something chewing on something. Alright. Hello. No. Alright, fine. I'll let you eat in peace. Still nothing with that. Okay. Alrighty. Back to the refueling thing. Unless it'll fit in here already. Oops, somebody's been by because they left a mask. How quaint. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna carry this stuff around while also needing an open hand for a door. It's like VR chat all over again. Come on. This is incredible. This is very frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, hi! Be with you in a minute. And I'm still coming down? Okay. Or is it still coming down? Ah, there's the door. Oh. Alright, buddy. You do you. I'm just gonna take a quick little dip out the window. Unless he already ran off. A fast getaway. Dear sweet Lord of all that is good and holy, I must make my escape, grasp this container and its putrid contents, and flee this place before that creature, that nearly man, returns. I will head for the church. Certainly such an abomination could not follow into hallowed ground. Anyway, alright, I think he just decided to give up the ghost, so we're gonna try to finish training that. If it will let me. Come on. Or is that as far? Nope. Okay, I was about to say, is that as far down as it goes? But almost. Keep going. No, not that way. Come on. There we go. Alright. Me being not particularly bright, I'm curious. No, okay, still locked. Alrighty. Let's go. Come on. I am going the wrong way. Okey-dokey. Do I just leave something on the gas pedal, or... oh, I gotta crank it. I'm doing this old school. Okay, why does that work just fine in terms of twisting it, but wheels don't? Yeah.
This way, Papa. Come and see. Will it hatch? Can we take it home?
Yes, my darlings. Of course we can take it home.
That's not concerning at all. Let's see, one of them almost looks like an elder sign. Imagine that's where we're going to need to go. Oh! Neat. Another one. Ooh. Maybe we were stealing bodies and replacing them with pig carcasses, although I imagine if you buried it, you wouldn't need to replace it with something. So maybe that doesn't have a lot of legs to it. That, however... livestock and Bibles. The wires came up out of the ground whilst he lay on the grass asleep. Like serpents they were, and they burrowed into his ears and became his listening. In the Doctor Who episode with the pigmen had Daleks, not Cybermen. Close, but no cigar. Alright, let's see. Inside St. Dunstan's. We sat here. I remember, we sat in our black and we mourned and we prayed and we bowed our heads. How I hated God then, how I spurned him. If this is our Lord, this pig who robs me of my wife, then I refute his embrace. I will carve out a new God for us all. Such madness, such a fool I was. If such blasphemous ravings had remained within me, I'd be doomed. But even here I feel the machine throb between the flags, and I know my path awaits me. Yeah, it was... oh, crap, I'm trying to remember. Was it 10th or 11th Doctor? It had Andrew Garfield in it, funnily enough. I think it was, what, Daleks Take Manhattan or something? Or Daleks in Manhattan. We're spoiled for choice on directions here, so... let's see, this looks like the smallest room. Yeah, here we go. We have November 23rd, 1899. Twin candles bent to the will of a central saint, casting their light to the corners of the chapel. Father Jeremiah I thought could be trusted with the secret, but he's like all the others. So the old priest has gone to the holding pens with his flock. He says he will enter into our world with them. A shepherd indeed. imagine it's going to be a case of light the 2 candles on each side of the thing to unlock the area. So let's see. This is looking a bit more like the old school Amnesia. Or Amnesia Dark Descent. Might overpower the little.
Your faith shackles your vision, Professor. It is an iron coffin that keeps you from grasping the future. We require a new deity, one of steam and the wheel, of magnetism and progress. The old god is nothing more than a lame hog, spitting back offal at mankind.
Like before, it was, we will make a new god with machine and steam. Basically, the gist of that particular one. Alright. Find that organ. Oop, there's the candle. Yeah, the candle's bent inward. That's what he was talking about. Okay. We will take this to the spot and see if we can maybe quiet that organ down just a smidge. Can I light the... Oh, did it on its own. Good. Just curious if I could light that. Nope. Okay. This needs to go to the central altar, I believe. That's not blasphemous at all. Alright, where do you go? Here. And then twist in. That opens something. That door's still locked, but I imagine that one might be unlocked. Yes, okay. Before we do that, just going to do a quick check of the pews and that other chamber. Big teddy bear that is somehow heavier than the pig carcass. Okay. Not even is the organ actually. Oh, up above. Okay. Furnace, it looks like. What do we got? Infernal machinery. The engine fires, the flames are stoked. I hear steam in the walls, vibration upon the very air. My heart falters at the prospect of throwing the lever and exposing the workings of this dark contraption. But my children beckon me on, and I cannot fail them. Fund this church from the ground up if we had all this stuff installed. A hellish portal. It appears I have no choice. Thus I descend, and may have God have mercy upon my soul. If this is my bedlam, and I am to be cast as Matthews, then I will wear that mantle for the sake of my boys, and face whatever horrors lie beneath the altar. More chewed on rats and potatoes.
Listen, Papa. Hold the egg to your ear. You can hear the sea.
His final thoughts. What exhumation is this? What rotten fruit? What bestitching of parts? I doubt I will ever be found, yet I leave you this, scrawled in the malodorous half-light, whilst my tormentor shuffles below, my fellow prisoners keen and squeal in the gloam, and where I wait for the knocking upon my cage that signals that it is finally my turn to make that dark journey into the interior. I'd love to, but there's no interaction key. We've got babies, and I think I hear the preacher. More potatoes, a lot more blood. Dirty. Okay, deeper in.
They will perish.
Yeah, we heard at least one baby crying. Hello, Pigman. You can really get a hustle on. Ooh, I can open these. Is that, am I supposed to hide inside here or put something here? Well, I can't go inside, so maybe it's just supposed to tell me I can open cages. At least some of them. Though apparently not all of them. It was flickering earlier, but didn't go out. Yep. I see you, buddy. I hear you, too. I'm guessing these are the cages that means I'd wake up in. I think I got his attention. Well, there he is. Well, he's heading that way. There we go. Alright. And out we go. Into the stoking. The workers sing as they work. They sing as they eat. They sing as they make toilet. They're always singing. If you place your ear to the ground, you can hear them still. Oh, never mind, just a push. How about you? More pig carcasses. Another fuel No, I was about to say, this isn't the same place we were in before, right? Some space to breathe. It's kind of nice, honestly. The truck. So you need fuel. No, your thing's closed up. Oh, somebody must have cut the ropes holding those. Yeah, there we go.
Water in his shoes. Always the water, and the sparks of the embers of the wheels. It's too bony! It's too damn bony!
Co. Meat processing factory. 1828. I'm guessing he's complaining about his specimens that he gets back. That its feet might be too bony. Nope. Okay. Before we head inside, let's see what else we got. Amanda's Processing Company. My soul shudders at what I've seen, but at last I've reached the main part of the factory. Now onwards, downwards, to find those floodwaters and drain them away. Like Moses, I will cleave the water and lift my little darlings clear of its vile cradle.
These men, Professor, these so-called men of vision, they would shackle the masses to a wheel and turn it till their backs break. All for that opiate, the lure of profit. These fools who lackey them, these priests, these officials, this government, they make pigs of us all.
But what solution, my dear man? How to break a cycle? You cannot simply remove the promise of a better world for these unfortunates. In the workhouses, in the orphanages, the belief in heaven is surely the only succor one can find.
We do not need to wait. We can bring forth paradise now. We can speed the passion. With only a small sacrifice, we can hold the apocalypse. With just a small sacrifice, we can free our shackles and deliver them to paradise now.
I do not have a god complex, I swear. Piston rooms. Here we go. Hello, big man. Do we go down? Try up. Works manager's office. Is the truck headed off, I guess? Alright. Yep. Hello.
Hear me, Mandus. I am compromised. Our contacts must be brief and occasional. Beware the wretches who populate this compound. The way you seek is under the pistons. When you meet the saboteur, you will understand everything.
And then it turns out the saboteur was you all along before you got here. And then you took a whole bunch of laudanum and like you did in the first game and woke up without memory. Okay. I hear kid laughter. Here we go. Alright, what do we got? October 17th, 1899. Each compartment is ergonomically designed, with a feed trough at one end, so the product naturally settles into a position ready for the stunning arms to connect to the skull. We use the natural static charge built up by the friction of the carts against the belt to build an electrical charge, which is contained within glass vacuum canisters at the sides of the stunning arm mechanisms, and deliver along the stun arms via copper cabling. We observe that the artificial lightning contained within these canisters seems to calm the product further. Post-stunning, the line tilts sharply to the vertical, the physics of which tips the stunned product upwards to fall directly onto the hook of the bleeding line. This hook passes normally through the haunch or the thigh of the product, and from this point we dispense with the belt and instead instigate a channeled floor, which creates a funnel allowing blood and byproduct excretions to collect and run to the fluid collection tanks. Sounds like a slaughterhouse, alright. Alright, heading down then. It does seem at least the performance is somewhat stabilized the further we've gotten in. Doesn't nearly crash every time we load into a new area, for one. Alright, ooh. Just gonna crouch under here. Alrighty. The piston control room. Also got a furnace. Wonder if we'll have to fill it. That's furnace number 1, but I can't even open it yet. Pressure gauges. We've got an empty piston number 2, or an empty furnace number 2 at least, which we can lift the big coal rocks out of. I imagine we'll need to fill it up more to get it going. Piston control. Stop! Fire your furnaces fueled. Well, we'll be in a little bit. Let's just see what else we have to do here first. October 18th, 1899. A series of collecting vents have been installed along the ceiling at this stage of the line. In the process of stunning and bleeding, the product often expels stinking vapors from its digestive system, which can be collected, condensed, and used in the methane boiler to drive the engines as a whole. In this way, the more the product is processed, the more power becomes available to the machine, and productivity is actually increased. A simple stroke of genius, but one that encapsulates the benefits of self-regulatory automation. I mean, technically you'd still need feed, right? To, like, actually get them to have anything digested in their... whatever. Okay, number 4. I'm not going to need to hold a burning one to carry it over, am I? No, okay. Probably need plenty of coal, and that is a broken off pressure gauge. Number 6 and number 5 are in here, and number 3 is not on at all either. Okay. I don't suppose I can just... Oh, okay, it just needed some. Alright, well, let's go back and turn on number 2 then. Didn't realize that was an option. Here we go. Probably just need 1, but we'll stick with 2 for now. Alright, fire up. Does it need more? Oh, no, I should actually click the button. Probably would help. Alrighty. Got 1, 2, 3 and 4, so just 5 and 6 left. Both look like they're... Well, okay, maybe 5 is on. Okay, so just number 6. Let's see. Lily's arms are made of steel. Lily's arms are silent. The pistons are silent. The plant is at rest. Must poke the hornet's nest to open my way, I fear. The scale of these engines suggests a far greater works than is visible from the surface, so my friend must be correct and the larger part of this plant is underground. We're close to the Thames. No wonder flooding is such a risk. And a 1. Do we have a second piece of coal? I guess not. We'll just have to make do. Apparently, we do not have enough to make do. Alright. Well, just find one more piece somewhere, I guess. That'll do. Fires are stoked. Assuming the same architect is responsible here as with the chemical plant, I surmise their centralized control system regulates and operates the pistons. It should be a simple matter of finding it and hoping the saboteur relented from simply extinguishing the fires. Peek out again. Man. Teleport too, amazing. Go. Underneath the pistons. Light up more furnaces. Let's see if we get any power in the lights down here. You have feeds coal. Can't get all that. Probably the best. Lights flickering again. Supposed to indicate the pigman's around. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, okay. Hi, Mr. Pigman. Other way. Only applies when you're scampering out of view of the camera. Okay, can't move that one. Alrighty. So, Pigman, there you are. can't hustle very well with a limp like that. Get on your feet and yell at me, and that seems to be about it. Alright, let's try going around this way. Okay, that's not lost. Jump up on this one now. Cutting me off, please. Go that way. You don't see anything, right? Keep going. That's the way to go, buddy. Hi, buddy. Just the other way. You don't seem that steady on your legs there, so... Okay. That looks about right. You still coming my way, or did you wander off somewhere else? This seems safe. Alright. What do we got on that journal? The descent continues. What did that dark voice instruct me to do? Onto the pistons, into the tunnels, and onto the bilge pumps. If the door should be locked, I'll have to find another means of descent. I cannot trust him, but my path is set. I shall ignore these noises, that snuffling, those shuffling steps below me. I will brave whatever lurks beneath, and I will save them. Let's see, we got that way, we got this way. Let's see what's this way first. I suppose I can... Maybe I can't. Okay, this door's closed. Fair enough. Ow. I can take damage? I'm shocked. Well, I guess I can, again, I can be knocked out. And hello, Pigman! I was thinking follow me if I start doing jumping stuff. We might well find out. Another dumbwaiter. The buttons do not work at the moment. How about you? Door, you opened, now you're locked. Another door, what about you? You're also locked. Alright, we're heading back the long way. Compound X storage. Danger, no naked flame. Okay. April 30th, 1899. The crate arrived this morning, and I had it delivered directly to the workshop. The body is remarkably preserved, although there's a subtle yet nauseating stench of damp and rot. It's humanoid in shape, but has suffered severe skeletal deformity. Remnants of leather straps encase the torso, which is deformed, with evidence of substantial muscle mass and displacement. It's difficult to ascertain whether this unfortunate is the recipient of some barbarous surgery, or was born deformed, and an attempt to force his gnarled body into some semblance of humanity was made. What he is, I cannot tell, but I smell the orb upon him, and suspect my great-uncle's presence in his curious condition. So it can be done. We can reshape the body into a tool, accelerate the process of Mr. Darwin's evolution. But here my great-uncle and I part company. He chose men as his subject of his experiments, but men are difficult to control and rotten with sentimentality. No, we require a new creature for our chattel. Loyal, clever, strong, easily sated. Okay, so maybe this does actually tie back to the first game, because this is sounding more and more like some of the stuff in The Dark Descent. But again, our guy decided to go with pigs instead of humans. Maybe this door's unlocked now? Couldn't find the chemical X, but the door was locked. That door's still locked. Maybe... Okay, hang on. Alright, I'm picking up what you're putting down. The nest of eggs. It is cradled in his sweating hands. It sucks the fever loose from his body. He dreams of birds far above in the jungle canopy, a jaguar coughing at the dawn. That's when her spine broke. Okay.
Quickly, Mandus, find the entrance nearby. The children weep in the darkness, and the flood waters continue to rise.
Sabotage. Bruised and battered but alive. I survived the saboteur's best efforts. He and I are now locked in an epic struggle, but I am driven to find my family and I will prevail. Ignore the madness about me. Do not consider what cruel and unspeakable acts have been committed here. Find the way to the bilge, drain the flood, free your children. Oh boy, the surgery room. July 15th, 1899. In order to facilitate assimilation of tissue groups, a compound is required or the cells will not bond. Disposal of non-bonded subjects must be immediate and using incineration, or we risk continuous animation without form. This is unpleasant. Simple compound of 1 part Brennenberg infusion vitae to 1 part orgone monad dispersal fluid is sufficient. This can then be administered intravenously to subjects following reassembly to maintain bonding. The compound is unstable and highly light reactive. Once in the body, the Schumann lamp can be used to activate the compound, but outside the body is highly corrosive. It can even destroy small quantities of metal. Let me guess, we're going to need to use some of that for a lock. More teeth pulled. Or rather, jaws pulled. It was necessary. We had a desk full of them that hadn't been cleaned. Because science. Anywho, yeah, I imagine that's the locked door, or the padlock we're going to need to have to use these stuff on. Human skull. Also, new journal entry. What do we got? You know, I know the changing them wasn't the main thing. It was just sort of a side effect. Or I guess it was whatever slipped in the wine made them do that. Yeah, there's clearly another passage beyond the locked gates. It seems I have a choice of approach. The padlock is old but firm, and after that fall, I cannot summon the strength to break it open. Perhaps I can find another way. Which is going to be the Compound X. Good thing our lamp didn't break in that huge fall. And that temple again. Those broken glasses again. And anything in here? Nope. Okay, completely empty desk. What, it was one part Manus Vitae, one part something. Holding pens. Low temperature storage. I said it was very light reactive, so. Hello, Mr. Pig. And the teleportation, man, you all are impressive. I'm just glad you only do it to get out of camera view and not when you're chasing me. Yeah, I figured. Okay. A warning. Inflamed it is, burning it does, bleeding from each hole fore and aft, leaking down my legs, blood and excrement. My lungs are in my vomit. I pass clots of my organs now onto the filthy stone. Drink this, he says, and I did drink it. I did do that, because of the changes. They ripple inner me. My teeth sneeze out and scatter like mice in the dark. I cannot find them all. Gather what I can, push them back into my gray gums with my fingers, but the nails are all weepy and falling out. Drink it, he says. It'll help the running of the fever, because not all of us can take the change. On the other table, a beast under a blanket. I never wanted to see under that, but he drank it too. He passed it under the blanket, and I heard it drink. Dear God Almighty, how can a man shit so much blood and still live? Let's try it now. Okay, still seems to not quite be. We need some. Guess let's check the. Pigman around somewhere with the lights flickering. Usually same pigman's around. Holding cells, I guess. Is that you behind me? Yep. That do it? Lock the door behind me. You did! Alright. Guess we're going to the holding cells.
It fell onto his hands and they eroded in front of me. To stumps. To stumps. Next time we will use an equal mix of infusion vitae and orgone disperser. No, just take him out. You can dump him in the river for all I care.
Silence. Do not startle or upset the acquisitions. We got more blood, more potatoes. Door's locked. Hey, I know it went bad last time, but what if we... Unless this is supposed to be a place we hide in. If I can get in, it is not super keen on letting me. Okay. Guess not. Maybe later. Another teddy bear. August 20th, 1899. Took delivery of another batch of imbeciles today. They're the sorriest specimens of humanity I've ever seen. No one asks where they go to. The authorities of Bedlam are simply happy to reduce the overcrowding in their teeming, stinking halls. You measure their skulls, check their teeth, you give them laudanum to pacify them. They wait in line, livestock, dull brown eyes and filthy skin. Many soil themselves as they wait. Into the manipulator they file in silence. I hear the hissing of gas, and they hear dull groanings as teeth are removed, as bones are reset. I hear the pigs screaming. We've removed all the mirrors after the process. All the mirrors. After the process, it is their reflection that troubles them the most. Afterwards, when they sleep, I walk amongst them. My children, I whisper to their dreams. You are my children now. I have children once again, and your form's imperfect will be the engines to make my own blood flow again. So, yeah, they're dead.
Over there. Place it in the corner. What? You think I speak Prussian? Do I look like an inbred hog, sir? Who gives a damn what it contains? Just set it down carefully and leave me be.
You're just a pleasant guy all around before this, huh? Well, alright, guess I am going in that elevator because there's nowhere else to go. Oh, wait. Didn't notice that. The question, why did all the... Oh, hello. I know why all the, the tech stuff is necessitated. Why did we need the creepy spy, one-way window picture things in our own home? All the secret passageways and stuff. Is she gonna blabber at me again?
The lift has been sabotaged. You will have to find another way to the tunnel. Take care in this place, Mandus. It is the crucible of the evil that stalks these corridors.
Okay. Okay, I think this is what I'm supposed to send to the cold storage thing and then try that again. Let's see. I don't know where that went. Hopefully. Hopefully these are all the same and what I need. Pigman. At least that's usually the case. Can I move past this or... No. Okay, then let me pass. Got it. Pigman Alley is our only option. Oh, it is a lot darker on stream than it is on my end, looking at that. Teddy bear again? How many of these things do we leave laying around? Alright. Okay. August 4th, 1898. More experiments with Compound X. Took the dog and injected it with strychnine. After the expected convulsions and spasmings, it died just after midnight. I immersed the body in a large tank of Compound X and introduced an alternating current via induction coil for a period of 3.5 minutes. Partial return was induced. However, damage incurred prior to death was retained upon revival, meaning the dog continued in the acute state of strychnine poisoning until I put a bullet in its skull. But drowning? Perhaps yes. It is, after all, known to be the kindest of suicides. If one were to drown, replacing the fluid in the lungs with compound X should theoretically be perfectly possible as a revival method. Still leave you with brain damage, though, right? Because, you know, the lack of oxygen to the brain. Well, hey, the gas got turned on. Right, because it all popped as we were heading over. Alrighty. What we got here? I'll keep the light on more frequently. I was just mostly doing it not to set off the pigs. And hey, we're back. Now to see if the low-tempered... Oh! That was the wraparound to the low-tempered storage. I could have just gone back in and... Okay. Alrighty. Well. Let's grab... Are you here? No. Ah, there you are. Okay. It already ended up there, rather. Do I flip this on? Nope, that's locked. Alright. Take that. Ah! Okay. Now try... No, that just stays off. Okay, I guess... Oh, no, they both lead to the central thing. Got it. Alright, anywho. So now... there they are. Okay. You go here. And... you go... here. And there's a third thing. Oh no, it makes a third thing. I think. Maybe. I get the feeling I missed something. But the doors are still locked. Oh, no, there. Okay, it did make an extra, a new one. Alright. Oops. Sorry. Anyway, journal. Centrifuge. Some form of bizarre mixing device for chemical compounds, and it positively reeks of the foul fluids I've seen too often before. It's clearly a compound, some volatile bastard of two composite ingredients. I should wager I'd find them close by. Hey, you call it. Hopefully your game was fun. We're going deep down into weird island of Dr. Moreau, human mulching machine, something, looking for our kids who are definitely still alive. I have the compound. It hisses and steams in its container like some living thing, a witch's jelly to burn and corrode. The container is made from glass. Strange choice, unless there's some particular reason why the metal that pervades everywhere else cannot be brought into contact with this so-called compound X. I should investigate further for clues. Well, we already found clues that said it can eat through metal, which is what we need to get past that padlock. And up we go. Oop. Okay. Okay, is that gonna come off now? Do I have to wait for it to finish? Do I have to oh, do I have to... I get it. Because it's light reactive. There we go. Woo! Neon. little hop. Ow. You got raspberry jam on my screen. This leaking world. All those nails and no wood. What kind of carpenter on you? That figure cannot help but open its arms to you. Where's the strength in that? Did we land on straw or bones? And the answer was straw, with some bones mixed in. There we go. Everybody gets to be right. Let's see. October 22nd, 1899. Naturally, once bled, the product must be scalded, de-haired, and scraped ready for gambrolling and evisceration. For this, we pass them through the steam reservoir, which is kept at a constant temperature by passing excess high-pressure venting from the engines via the boiler and series of large copper pipes into a stone chamber just below the workhouse. At the center of the machine, there's a component that must be kept at a consistently low temperature, which controls operation of the processing of product through the system. Alongside this, refrigeration is of the utmost importance in retaining product quality, and this also requires heat to be removed from certain areas of the machine. Two problems are therefore combined into a single solution: the removal of heat from some areas and the requirements for increased heat in others. Conducting panels draw heat using the principles of convection regulated by the boiler and sending freezing air alongside one set of pipes in one direction and superheated vapors in another.
Isn't it dangerous allowing this filthy discharge to collect so close to the core?
We can use the flow to drive the turbines. There will always be a torrent of excreta flooding through these tunnels. We can use this to supplement the steam production and ensure constancy.
God, the stench! This fecal matter is the true product of the age.
Okay. The flooded tunnels. My mysterious friend is correct. The sewers are indeed flooded. To descend further, I'll have to find the local sluice pumps to drop the water levels. The smell is almost unbearable. It makes me gag. Why should the saboteur have flooded the tunnels, though? What did he hope to achieve? Pig here. Something's moving in the water. Oh boy, are we gonna have a repeat of the water section from Amnesia Dark Descent? So I'm guessing the answer is don't get no water. Mr. Piggy's here. He really doesn't like the light, huh? Here we go. August 1st, 1899. Several of the older forms have breached their containment areas and escaped into the sewers. They remind me of my limitations. There is no Chelm and I am no Eliu, at least not quite yet. It is the heat generated from keeping the doorway between open that is to blame. We simply cannot pack them about with coolant as we do at the center where the doorway is. The later versions are kept safe by the freezing temperature of those sewers. Up here, where the air is hot and fetid, they become overheated, and their duality tears them asunder as the other place flies from their cells and their vitae splinters. They live sporadically, torn from one world to the other and back again in violent, unpredictable bursts. For a few seconds they are creatures of this world, and they are torn away and cease to have physical form. This vicious ripping back and forth between worlds has driven them quite insane. I have ordered the affected areas sealed and will not allow my loyal workers to enter. These are damned places now, the abode of failed experiments, ghosts of fear, and spite. Well, we're getting closer to the bottom. No call this time. Ah. Oh, it's the sluice case. Got it. Keep going. There we go.
Faster, Mandus. Drain the waters. Open the way to the bilge pumps. We are waiting for you.
Which again, we are just, I mean, at the very least, he said in the journal, I don't really trust this guy, but also, you know, very clearly sus. Alright. Ooh. This is new. Hello, Pigman. Hi again. Y'all are really active today, huh? Oh, hello.
But we can save them. We can set them free. We can replace a rotten old world with a clean new one.
Mr. Mandus, you sound every bit the fanatic.
Well, how can I be otherwise, Professor? How can any man of ethics simply stand by and watch this world drown in its own excrement?
And your engineer, this visionary with whom you have embarked upon this course, does he share your views?
Indeed he does. Indeed he does. The poor fellow has seen it all before. Now, this is not the first great civilization he has wept for.
And so you set about things immediately upon your return?
Naturally. These things cannot be left to rot upon the tree. And sponsors were remarkably easy to find. I tell you, Professor, a trail of greed brings rich men to your door like pigs to truffles.
I'm sure this engineer is not the voice we're constantly following, and not related to that stone egg we found in a temple out in the jungle, and I'm sure that he's seen many great civilizations fall was just a turn of phrase. Hi, Pigman. Anyway, sluice gate's over here, and we've got a little document. February 17th, 1899. And I said, "Look, my darlings, can you see it?" And they said, "Yes, Daddy, yes, we see it." A tall, weathered cap of a steep-sided pyramid, so like those of Egypt. Stone falling away from the summit, vines crawling about the intertwining, the stucco serpents that thrive about the steps, a palpable sense of stillness, a weight of forgotten. And this here, this is where the king sat, and this is where the priests lived. This is the house of the dead. And here where the sun strikes, this is where they threw the hearts that were not consumed. No, my darlings, they most certainly were not savages. You see, they believed that the sky could fall on their heads, and they truly, truly believed that offering blood was the only way of stopping this from happening. Perhaps, my darling, perhaps they were mistaken altogether. Or perhaps their tragedy was they simply could not spill enough blood to prevent the sky from falling upon them. Alright, last sluice gate. Come on. No, other way. Ah! There we go. Visit the Pigman first, then we'll head back to the sluices. Oh, it's locked anyway. Okay. Mandus, post-diluvian. That's done it! Now we can enter this strange decontamination chamber once again. Move onward. The waters are pushed back, making the way to the bilge clear, where I can divert the remainders of this filthy torrent back into the Thames where it belongs and clear the path to the center of the machine. We just have to take a dip. Oh. Okay, not that way. Yes, hi. This is going to be exactly like it was in Dark Descent, huh? We're definitely your real children's voices. Here we go again. Granted, I think a decontamination chamber might be warranted in this instance. No. Come on. No. One moment, just gotta check something. Got it. Sorry about that. And we're back. Almost back. There we go. Alright. Pressure on that door. There's a big pig man there. Got multiple pig men. Ah! So that's just what they're eating. A nest of wretches. Dear God, a whole nest of these foul creatures. No mind, my instincts have drawn me thus far, and I'm sure somewhere in this dark complex is a mean of further descent. I will not see their faces as they go about their dark business. And yet, I watch them sleep and eat and play, and they're so very human, so very childlike. I will not think of what I've seen, with the chairs and the cages, and I will not think of how such monsters may have been sculpted. This is the music to calm the subjects. If I remember the thing we found earlier. Remember, work together, sleep alone. Fraternizing will not be tolerated. It's playing with letter blocks. That is a very painful looking elbow there, buddy. Disposal tubes, emergency access only. Alright, what's this way? I'm seeing blood. Turn the light on this. down. Let's just see if we can... Nope. The haze is getting thicker as we go. Hello, can I go down? I'd like to go down, please. Or not. This must have been a bug. Doesn't it? Bilge pump maintenance access. That was a fairly short level. From tide to spine, he placed his head in the vise and spun the wheel until the skull cracked and the thoughts leaked onto his shoes. It relieved the pressure for a while, but it soon returned. Sounds like something out of Bloodborne there.
You seem to have undergone quite a profound conversion in Mexico, Mr. Mendes.
You could not have seen it yourself and not, Professor. As we disembarked, even through my fever, I saw the detritus of this so-called progress. I saw starvation and disease, rot and destruction polluting the waters of the Empire. We are ruiners, you and I, and all of us, and we make the world unclean.
And you took it upon yourself to act as Redeemer.
Professor, I would not be so presumptuous. I am merely a conduit. I am constructing an architecture to wrestle our damnation to the ground and smother it with steam.
He's here! He's here! I said you'd come.
Yeah, he'd be right at home with the mechanists. Gotcha. Alright, the pump rooms. These must be the bilge pumps. And at the heart of the saboteur's efforts. In order to keep his flood in place, he must have disabled these vast pumps. He was clearly rushed. Thus far, he's left most of his work incomplete. His clumsy efforts reduced to simply switching off all he could find. If I can locate the controls, the remedy will be simple. Remedy? That's a different horror dev. You can stay in the water where you belong. Just don't put any doors in, or I'll take doors being...
Ahead, the trickle to still waters. I dragged myself deeper into the temple, downward ever, towards a wind that held the voices of my children, beckoning me to set them free.
Yeah, I'm guessing the same thing attracts us now. But if I have to do a chase sequence in the water again, just give me doors and not those valve handles. Mars Processing Company, or Mandus Processing Company. Ooh boy. Jump scare pig Chinese mask. Anything in there? No. Stop. Ensure all wheels are in place for correct operation of pumps. I'm guessing we have to find the gears and attach them properly. Start. And pipes. Another pump. It seems once again I must engage it. I cannot help but feel I am trapped in some great game, forced to undertake endless Herculean efforts for the promised reward of my darling children. Not that way. Boy, I remember this game. Oh, yeah. At least there was less running around this time. Still locked, so I guess we're heading back this way. No, didn't relieve the pressure from those ones. Blood cages and potatoes. Which is very much what we've been seeing so far from this game. So before we do that, let's see what's this way. If anything. Main pump controls. Looks like a doorway for later. Okay, this one looks like it. Okay, so we're gonna have to find the missing wheel. There's another one here. Should be all of them, I think. We're going to have to go down the other way for a different reason. Okay. This is for red access, so alright, we have to get out of the way. Fair enough. Be way back up that other way. Alright, finding the children. The flood is drained. It prevailed. The saboteur is beaten. My heart pounds with excitement even as my head spins and shudders in feverish anticipation. How this machine now throbs about me, sensing its rebirth is imminent. The final descent beckons me to enter, as Lily once lay on our wedding bed and summoned me into manhood. I was confused at first. I thought it said summoned me into her manhood. It's like, what? Okay, I was going to say I couldn't go down there even if I wanted to, but actually I can. But... well... I might not have been meant to come down here. Okay. Throw an... ah! I get you. Bang. Oh, I think I know what this is. I think this is the, if the pigs catch me, they put me in a cage. If those things in the water catch me, I end up there. And that's just how I escape. But I wasn't caught, but now that ladder's down if I do get caught. Alright. Down we go. Try not to get eaten. Yes. Switch on this set to do, or just... Ah. Come on. Decontamination chamber again. Alrighty. Old hat at this by now. Give or take from having to deal with wheel. This is my biggest enemy in this game. Not the monsters, not the puzzles, just the controls for wheels. Those apples? Yeah, okay. Core system access. Let's go. The children dancing. They pulled the child loose from the thresher, or at least what was left. More where that came from, said the foreman, apologizing for the inconvenience. Ah, the Industrial Revolution. May 15th, 1899. Curled into my bunk, all sick and sweat-ridden. They clean my room about me, but I can only hear the voice from within the gentlest of stones. It sings to me, and I dream of a great machine. We'll build a new world from the ruins of the old. We'll plant flowers in the rotten rib cage and let them grow to hold the sky from falling. I remember how it whispered to me as we rolled sick and heaving. I remember when we pulled into Southampton, we both wept, for it was every bit as much a desecration as has been sung to me. And then we came to London, and I set it upon the mantelpiece, and went into the house and gathered the servants, and set on recrafting them. And then I went into the garden and buried those tiny shattered skulls under the weeping bulges of the rhododendrons. See, they didn't make it. The kids did not make it back from the trip. And the stone we found is singing to us. Our engineer. The heart of the machine. And when they first said Daddy, my heart was molten, as if blood frozen upon the ground were held to the sun to thaw and slop. And they were inseparable, always together, one soul in two bodies, and my love was all-consuming. I would die for you, I whispered to their sleeping faces. I would kill. I would set this world to ruin to protect you. I have fought through dark tunnels, great engines, the foulest of beasts. I have set my covenant and drained this flood, and I am come for you now, my darling boys. No unauthorized persons to enter this facility by owners or management. Belt.
And we came then to London, and you set me upon a mantelpiece, and then you went into the house. the servants and reset you and I on recrafting them. And then you went into the garden and buried those tiny shattered skulls. Alone.
What? You were the engineer or the spirit in the stone the whole time?
For your children, Mandus, to spare them the world you have created. For us all.
And we still, without question, go down. On the ink machine.
Oh, dear God. Dear Christ, what is this place?
Rod control room. Let's check this way first. You know, out of all the places we saw that, you know, had stuff that would disturb us, I feel like this doesn't rank particularly high compared to, like, you know, the room with all the pig people eating anything they could get their hands on, or the place where we found the drawer full of lower jaws.
I tried so hard. I will uphold my promise. I will always protect them for you. My eyes are your eyes. My heart is your heart. I will rip them loose from this rotten world and set them to burn, all to save them.
Okay, so we're gonna need the control rods. Alright. Alright, back to the control room.
And they feel no pain. The process is completely humane. Humane, Professor? That we judge the acceptable level of suffering by the human condition. Ask the beggar, Professor. Ask the orphan. Ask the whore. Ask the starving, Professor. The weak, the sick, the filthy. Ask them to define your humane.
Okay, let's take a look around here, see what those switches align with. Oh, so it's like the fuel rods in a reactor. If I could only just match up which numbers went to what, but I imagine... Do we take them all out or put them all in? I can't remember how it's supposed to go. can't flip some of these. Let's flip on as many as possible. Okay, doesn't like that. A final act of sabotage. The bastard has been here too. It's the epicenter of his meddlings. This is where it began, and this is where it will end. I will seek the source of this obstruction, and then I will render this sabotage impotent once and for all. Well, no, because 3 is the thing I have to flip. Let me see. I'm guessing I have to uncover the whatever it's called. Number 3. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. The rest of these, are they inoperable, or... Because 1 is still not in there, but I can't reach that one, but it's already open, so... all but 1 flipped on is enough. And reviving corpses, cooling reactor rods. This Chemical X does everything. Compound X, rather. Missing something. The pressure's still low. I'm guessing it's something in the room that I need to flip on. Rods are in, except for rod number 1. Okay, these don't move anymore. Oh! I guess I could flip 1. Guess that's my... I tried flipping it, it just wasn't working for a good... Okay. Ignition control. Gotta find the ignition controls and start the machine once more. And later I stride forth upon these catwalks. I'm coming, my darlings. I've almost saved you.
Quickly, quickly, the air is thin. Their little faces turn blue madness. They suffocate, they suffocate.
Daddy, Daddy!
Now, madness. Set them free. Set them all free. I live. I breathe again.
I rise. I will rise to bleach the sky and still the water. I will spin the world wheel and set the future upon the path to redemption.
Where are my children? You promised me my children!
My time is come. More pig. More pig.
Boys. Boys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Is that going to be smash cut to credits or... Mando Saboteur. There are feats of engineering contained herein that would make even those clever fellows at the Institute reel with envy.
And, emerging, I raised my head to an uncaring sun, and I cursed this world of pain and despair. This civilization built on the ricketed bones of the unfortunate, on the greed and swell of mammon and empire. Cradling a stone egg in my jacket, I kissed my children farewell, and I crawled my way home.
December 1899. Can a man construct himself anew? Can a man, on realizing who he is, what has become, tear himself apart down to the bricks and begin again? Are our souls just this? Tiny cogwheels and clockwork and intricate machines to serve a function that, upon reflection, we might set to a new task? Can a man, defined by his actions, defined by that which he now finds abhorrent, set to sabotage this body, his machine, until those children of his soul turn in new motion, and he may awake to a new sun, a new year, a new century with hope in his heart? As I reach my hand to the exposed wires, I ask myself this: is redemption possible for a creature such as I? And if not, then surely better to die amongst my creations than to continue to live as a monster. So at the literal last second, he had doubts. And another journal entry, apparently. So now we get to go sabotaging. Which is redoing the sabotaging we undid of our own sabotaging. Betrayed! So it is done. The saboteur was me, and the voice on the telephone was him. But what of us? How do we connect? Surely I cannot be responsible for all I see about me. I cannot remember. All I can grasp is a moment when the world split into two pieces, and the innards of humanity fell from an orifice turned agape into my open, bifurcated heart.
Where are they? Where are my children?
Oh, come on, man.
Why do you ask, Landers? You know the answer well enough.
August 31st, 1899. Children really are the most wonderful, useful creatures. The infortunes from the orphanage have proved indispensable in cleaning the larger steam pipes. It appears that matter from the slaughtering process may indeed vaporize its source, but drifts like dust through the air and lodges in the pipes, causing the foul. Periodically we shut the pressure down and send one of our pixies into the pipes to scrub the reconstituted fat away. Armed with just a shortened broom, our little explorers venture into the dark. Of course, we can only keep the pressure down for a short period, so they must be fast, or they risk being trapped and boiled by the superheated vapors when they rush back into the system. Then we'll be sending their comrades afterwards to scrape free the cooling mess. The survivors tell me you can reach all manner of places within the complex through the pipes. I smile, tell them I'm so proud, and then feed them to the pigs.
What are you doing, little piggy? Do you think I will allow you to sabotage me again?
I want my children, you unholy bastard!
You're really in some deep denial, huh? No, clearly not. Teddy bear.
Will it hurt them?
A cleansing fire always burns, little Mandus, but it purifies and it makes anew. Did it hurt to carve out the fevered flesh? Did it hurt to cut free the gangrenous foot? Ask instead this: can we save them?
When did I say that? That is not me. That is not me!
Boy, more number blocks. Although that is very much not coming through on the stream's end, I apologize. Although the motion blur wouldn't make it much clearer anyway. Can I bring out my lantern? Those are pigs' heads and those are cradles. Pig. And also, what do we got here? December 1st, 1899. There's a spoon of medicine, I say, and it's a silver spoon what you did get born holding. Ever so painful for Mummy dear, but grasped so hard it was in a little screaming red fist. Later you used your spoon to dig a hole in the garden to get all the way to Mexico, and then you did eat worms with your spoon on the way to stay fat. The spoon was the same you gave your twins, and you used it to dig a hole to their clockwork souls, and you ate up their hearts like soup on the way to keep you fat. Fat little mole, where will you dig next, I ask? You and your little silver spoon made from the silver spine of your children and wrapped in the hair of your dearly departed. Dear sweet Jesus, my darling Lilibeth, what am I become? Uh-oh. Hello. Hi, buddy. I do need to see the screen. Can you get on the bed? You're halfway there. Almost. Just a little bit more. The bed's softer than the desk, I promise. What you looking for? You're just kind of staring at the bed. Or are you staring at her door? I'll make do for now. Try and see around you. I'm guessing we want to head towards that red light. Yep. Yank. What do we got for a journal? Thank you, buddy. Mandus is the saboteur. Seems the pressure system is indeed the Achilles heel of this facility, something I clearly did not realize in my first attempt at sabotage. If I reroute the steam, I can wreak havoc. There. Have a good one, O'Call. I know it's late. And, if you do ever catch the early part of the stream, I apologize for what I'm sure is a butchering of German. Okay. Escape through the pipes. If in the throes of my evil I sent children into the pipes to clean them, then it seems likely there's another entrance I can use to escape this noxious maelstrom of engines. I will ignore the burning of my nostrils and the fumes of that godless Compound X that fuels these machines, and I will become the saboteur. I will destroy the pressure system, enabling me to enter the pipes without fear. First I have to find the pressure. Aha! Yoink. You're still going. This way. Okay. Pressure regulator. Some form of steam regulator. I'll wager if I can disable it, the damage caused by the rushing steam pressure could be catastrophic. Certainly enough to force a temporary stalling of this entire engine. That should cause the steam pressure to drop. Mandus, you clever old goat, I can feel this horror, this grief, this betrayal boil into fury. I will not stand. I will not be untrodden. If this machine is my heirloom, I am the Overman. There. Oh, I broke it. I get it. There's glass. Oh, hello. Excuse me. This thing only damaged me. Hopefully you can't climb. Up we go. Pipes and out of the engines. Now quickly, through the pipes before the pressure returns and they fill with boiling, corrosive steam. I sense the machine snarl itself about me. Its unholy, inhuman mind coil and slick and send its dark tendrils through its conduits to repair the damage. I'll return to the streets. I will fetch help, and I shall lead the people upon the factory, burn it to the ground, and seal this evil place underground forever. All about me the thunder of machine with the blast of spoiling steam. I cannot pass without fear of scalding. I'm a lobster, cracked, my circulation stagnated, my vital motions impeded. The steam will boil my hole unless I can find a way to shut it off.
This is your doing, Mandus. This is what you dreamt it to be.
I will stop you. I will save them.
You are too late. It begins. My work has begun. Kill them, my piggies! Kill them all!
anything to save them. You profit my viscera, you make you escape forever. You slit the throat, bleed out the pig, and release it into the curdle. That you set your species free. Already here, huh? Oh, pigs. Just leading an army of pigmen onto the surface. No soliciting, no offering, no plugging.
Oh God, no, what have I done?
Remember, silence and hard work is the road to heaven.
Madness, I know you are out here. I own this city. I am this city.
No! This is not what I meant! This is not what I meant at all!
October 25th, 1899. No one misses the poor. Round up some orphans and the world will thank you for it. Disappear a whore and the gentleman applauds you. Cull a beggar and the lady walks safely again. I hate them. I hate them more than any of the others. This privilege, this pretension, these so-called leaders, these pillars of society, these rich and fanciful. They wear their filth on the inside, but they are no less dirty. I have plans for them all. We will feed them, and then we will feed from them.
Redeem yourselves. Redemption is at hand. Enter the cleansing and set your souls free. For you are born into filth and will die as pigs. Only through my redemption can you ascend to the skies and claim the heavens as your kingdom. Fall on your knees. Ashes, ashes, bones and ashes. For the pile will reach critical, and we can have such a burning that this city will shine as a beacon of redemption for the world!
London's burning, London's burning. God forgive me, what have I unleashed? I stand and smell the burning city. I see ash upon the wind. I hear the roars of the sickening beasts and the screams as they fall upon the city and drag its people below for the slaughter. Now I begin to understand what the other composite ingredients of Compound X must be. And I also understand this. It is my responsibility now. I must find a way back to the heart of the machine and complete what I started. October 24th, 1899. We've set aside an entire wing of the mansion for their parties. Okay, I'm getting why they had the hidden rooms and stuff in there now. We invite them from near and far, and we guzzle them in the fine wine, the finest cuts of all of London. My God, Mandus, but these chops are rather divine. Who is your butcher? Feed them up, for the wine and the grains will also lend to character to the product, keep the flesh relaxed. Opium in the champagne and gravy. A hog roast every night for the Duke and the Duchess. An actress battered and sliced, an artisan in every mouthful, an importer of fine teas stewed in his own leaves. They bicker and breed under the table, by the fireplace, on the carpet stained with wine and fat, whilst long-dead nobles of deformed grace and cold stare watch them from gilded frames along the crooked halls. We will hose it down later as we shovel them into our machine. My best guess is, yeah, basically a pig army is opening up upon the place and dragging people off to feed them to the machine, while also just explosions and various other stuff happens underneath it to destroy more of the city. That or give more holes for the pigs to pour out of. Yeah, because, you know, it's easy to make the, you know, the poor and the orphans and the beggars just sort of disappear, but you have to have a way to lure in the rich. But that seems to be what he's doing to everybody generally, and then otherwise they either get fed to make Compound X, well, I guess the pigs, okay, the pigs, I guess, get converted into it, and then humans are the ones that get fed into the machine. 23rd December, 1899. I stand and look at myself in the mirror, penis in hand, and my reflection grins at me. His mouth is full of the sulfur mustards. Vain fool, he sneers. Are you really so very different? Do you genuinely believe your works of evil are any greater than the rest of them? You're simply a weak man, a product of his age, the same as any other. This is empire, cretin. This is the killing idiocy, the natural result of this social Darwinism. If you are evil, then this world is evil. You just let the blood run in the streets rather than hiding it in the poorhouse. You hold the blade and slide it home yourself. You do not pay a man to do this for you, or you cannot see it. If you are evil, at least yours is an honest evil, and that alone makes you Ubermensch. And thus I wash my hands and I take to bed. Well, I think some of it was fed to pigs, other was part of the material ground up to make Compound X. And some of that, I imagine, also is the, you know, into the machine, they make the fuel for it and make it self-sustaining. At least as long as they've got people to throw into it.
Do you hear me, Mandus? This is what you planned.
Very tall bridges that I do not recognize from anywhere in London, but hey. Title drop. What are you even doing, buddy? Hi, we're just gonna go either way, thank you. Supposed to know? No, okay. Yeah, okay. reset me. You'd think they'd throw me to the machine in that case, but okay. I swear it is significantly less dark on my end than it is on the streams. You can see the whole city for the most part otherwise, but... Oh, hello. Close this at all. Streets and alleys. There are too many of these damnations, these beasts loose on the street to all have come from the engine rooms. As I emerged, I counted 3 of the damn pneumatic lifts, which suggests the machine has been planning this for some time, smuggling routes to the surface all about this neighborhood. If my bearings are correct beyond the alley, I shall stand directly over the ignition rooms, and I'll wager that I find a pneumatic there. It'll carry me back to the machine's heart. And so, yeah, so the bangs and stuff is basically all these pneumatics.
Beast! Creature! Where are my children?
Come on, man. Come on. They never left Spain. At least not alive. But yeah, it sounds like they have pneumatic elevators that burst up from the ground to deploy them all over the place. Farming the world. I saw the detritus of the so-called progress. I saw starvation and disease. I saw rubbish floating in the harbor. We are ruiners, all of us, and we make the world unclean. I'm assuming it just is like, oh, well, the expectation is you haven't read off your note, but, yeah, no. Counterattack. I've returned, an angel of vengeance, a saboteur once more. I will find my way to stop this vast enterprise of slaughter. Enough destruction opened the heart before, confused the machine enough to spring its locks in secret doorways. I must cause it great shock, stab its eyes, poke hot wire into its ears, hammer to its teeth, and push glass into every orifice. Then it will gasp, and in that gasp I will scuttle into its throat and stab its heart from inside. Yeah, that's bodies being thrown in there. Not before being cut up and... Yep, it's basically a human slaughtering line. Could go that way, or... October 25th, 1899. No machine blades for the fatty bishop and the bloody heirs. Prime cuts all for the sorting bins. And the very best, as always, back in the dumbwaiter in the kitchens above, to be stewed and plumped and gravied and breadcrumbed and turned at the table for the next night's feast. And not every night, you see. Although we've begun to increase the frequency of the final act. Unlike the poor, the rich will be missed given time. We will continue to spoil and ready them. And our fine foods are now exported to mansions and lodges across London. It has been noted in the times of late how rather overweight the great and the good are becoming, with their diets of fine wine and rich meat. Indeed, in Punch just last week, a cartoon showed Viscount Selwyn as a stuffed pig laid upon a platter for his peers to dine upon. A vicious and cowardly slander, no doubt, but he tasted delicious. Not before we go down there. Let's see what's up here. Oh, they did say Compound X was light reactant. No naked flames, no unshielded electrics. What would happen if I were to do this? I imagine I have to drop this somehow, but got the spark plug. This electrification must be lethal to the touch. Now to confound the machine and flood the system, this time not with sewage, but boiling, sparking liquid death. Hello, pig. Come back to you later, I imagine.
Will they be free?
Yes, my friend. Drained and bled and freed from the prison of the flesh. Free to ascend as smoke to the stars.
And the good? The worthy? How will we save them?
Show me these worthy, Mandus. Show me these good. I do not see them.
Tripery. Hey, we found it. Coolant tanks. Danger. Compound X. No naked flames. No unshielded electrics. The other one over here. Alright. Compound X in the coolant tanks. This vile concoction, this Compound X, it is the arterial blood of this horror. Boiled, it creates the steam to drive pistons, but here, it's freezing and flows around the components to keep them cool. Why should it be that the deeper I go, the cooler it becomes? What great process generates such heat that the machine must quench it with a cocktail of blood and effluent? I sense an opportunity, my first strike. Impeding these cogs with a large enough object should jam the flow of coolant, cause a pressure buildup that will split the pipes and rupture the tanks. So, this may be? Come on. There we go. We got more? Nice and jammed. Does not want to go over. Alright then, well, down we head. Or not. Okay, I guess. Unless I'm supposed to jump onto it. Which would be very stupid, but okay. Nope, looks like you just do one. Maybe that opens up these other doors. Electrify all the water on the floor. that enough? You jump down now. I'm surprised the coolant X in there, or the compound X that I point that to doesn't do it as well, but hey. Sorry, buddy. Alright. Oh, hey, we're back at the main thing. I think. Come on. Yeah. Meanwhile, let's get all these pulled out. That one, got it. Fire's a good start.
I know you, machine. I know what you fear. I will rain excrement into your very soul. I will destroy you.
You are too late, Mandus. My great works are almost begun.
October 27th, 1899. And waste not, want not, for here the assorted slop and innards are sifted and sorted and enter the world through more channels and means than one could possibly conceive. The product passes by the section of the engine and is driven through the blade, splitting it into two sections ready for the butcher's block, and in the interim it is kept in the freezer bays under the house, and the heat produced naturally by the refrigeration process feeds into the pipes and crannies of these rooms, and is the very reason, my dear friend, that we can sit here in shirts and waistcoats but no jackets on a freezing winter's night without a fire in the grate, and discuss our great enterprise. The warmth in our bellies and toes may be attributed directly to the bellies and toes even now passing through steam, fire, blade beneath our feet. That's just, liquid viscera. December 2nd, 1899. Walking away from those temples, that small pile of stones under the rhododendrons, the skulls of innocents under the loose clod, headless rib cages in the cool stone behind the altars, 3,000 miles apart. I trace back my life to this instance. Rain channels eroded in ancient stone. The toxins are already in this damp, this falling water. I hack and I retch and I vomit into the sink and grasp the bowl with both hands and stare. There in the plug hole, as clear as day, a toy spine, clockwork and intricate like a child's spine, but clockwork. How could that be? How could a child's spine be made like clockwork? I washed it carefully and placed it on the mantelpiece by the egg I laid under the garden, where the children's skulls are buried. I called it my Mexico. It is kind of funny. You can see the block lifts before his hand actually lines up with it. It's a little delayed on the animation. That's a lung? Or those lungs? Hello? Yeah. I will read my journal as soon as I get the chance. Past the tripery. It is critically injured now, I'm sure of that. It jeers no more. I feel it shudder around me, a wounded animal pressed flat to the ground. I feel it is afraid of me, and I hate it all the more, as I hate myself for unleashing it. My head pounds with blood, my teeth vibrate, I retch and burn with fever. I am an angel of death, descending to smother the firstborn for the death of the two that came after.
I am here again, at the foot of those stairs, towards the red light of the nursery, sunset in the window like a bleeding sky, the horizon a slit throat, the seeping dark to drain the guilt from us. I am the jaguar-faced man. I am the feathered serpent. This priesthood is mine.
He's saying he briefly overcame with the sensation to have to do ritual sacrifice to his children, or is this an accident? Hello, pigs. Yeah, looks like they also get... Yeah, the ones they don't throw straight into the blender they eat.
I can meet him, your great engineer. How marvelous. I must say, Mr. Manders, my excitement is almost unseemly.
Yes, I can see that. Step this way, Professor. I will be right behind you.
Manders? Manders, where the devil are you? I can't see a damn thing. Manders!
We are the pig, Professor. We are all the pig.
Yeah, it's like, that was that... All the way back to the start of the game, that was one of those red flags. It was like, all will be revealed in time, but first a drink and follow me. Reminded of a line from Helsing Bridge. How many people do you think lived in London? Or rather, died? Ooh, that was a lot less impressive than it should have been. I gotta wonder, did he take their hearts out, or did they take their own hearts out with, Oh boy, I remember playing Fear.
I climb in stillness now. Blue water runs in my veins, now I am clean. I carry the knife of this factory, the bowl of this mill. I am come to collect you from your fields and your furnaces. I will gather you into the white clouds. I will gather you to me, and I will take you home.
I think it's safe to say we're probably not going to get a lot of brightness after this. So just so we can actually see, I'm going to bump that gamma back up a little bit. A little bit better. Oh boy, we're in a little reservoir of blood and gore. Down we go. Veil lifts, the bride is waiting. In that instant, cradling my children's head in my palms, I knew I had to unbuild what I'd constructed. This machine was ever mine, and it fell to me to redeem it and myself.
Hear me, Mandus. My gear orders are adjust. My steam is built. Soon I will spill that blue water and split the egg, the atom, my soul, and there will be a very great burning that we might make the world clean. Be proud, for this is your doing. Until you steeped me in the blood of your own, I was nothing but rotten architecture. You have made me, and I will make the world anew.
Yeah, he put the egg in his kid's blood. Part of the ritual he was compelled to do, maybe. Anything back there? No, okay. Vacuum eviscerators. Scalding hoses. Oh, got various just mechanical torture devices. Scalding hoses. The sausagery. Is it a journal? In my dreams, I walk with my children. I walk tunnels where no human has trod before. I'm sure of that. It is just me and him now. Frost forms on my coat sleeves. The deathly still and the freezing air tell me I'm close. More vacuum eviscerators. And the tripery pre-grinding.
Why did you take my children?
I, Mandus. Of all the blood we have
it's just
spilled
that.
together, the first drops fell from your hands alone.
Then I am damned for a filicide, and everything is lost.
Took you a while to remember that, buddy, but okay. Again, whether he was compelled to do that from the stone's influence, or an accident, or rage, who knows? The Oregon distribution tanks. Back here later. Unless I can jump down the middle. Oh. There's a dead pig. Danger. Do not expose to ultraviolets. Contains vitae. He knows he killed them at the very least. He was like, you know, the first blood you shed was for that of your own. Or the... Sorry, I Brethren said, out of all the blood we've shed, the first blood was shed by your hands alone. Oh! Teleporting electrical cyber pig. Okay, I'm guessing those are the torn between one world and the other. Ow. Activate. Go away. Ow. Alright. Are we supposed to be breaking these? No, whatever. Electrogravitic suppressor, South Tower. Man is descending among the spirits. The Aztecs believed they could avert the apocalypse through sacrifice. History tells us they failed. Their tragedy is simply that they could not spill enough blood in time. And the funny thing is, we spent half the game fixing the machine that beforehand we spent the whole thing breaking.
Only to save you. Only to spare you. I would have given my soul to spare you this world and its loan.
How high up are we? I thought we were going down. Yeah. Unless it's a case of, oh, it's a really deep cavern kind of thing.
Oh, my children. My children. What have I done? What have I become? I will put it right, my darlings. All of my wrongs will be righted. All of my sins washed clean.
I don't think you're quite going to manage that one, buddy. You got a lot of stuff to answer for. December 1899. Memories, they surface like bloated bodies rising to the scum of the Thames. I looked at them, covered in the blood of their dead mother, little piglets squalling in their swaddling, and my heart at once was filled with a great love and a consuming hate I could never have imagined. At that point, did my soul split, creating him? Was this the egg of my soul, the moment the great clock began to tick? Is the only path to redemption to join us together again, to make myself whole, to close the great circle and take that madman into my heart once more, and forgive him and myself as well?
I love you, my darlings, and I am sorry. I am sorry for all I have done. I simply loved you all too much for this world.
Get over yourself, man. Come on. I did it because I loved you. Ugh. Listening to Malcolm Merlin from Arrow all over again. Why I all of a sudden learned, oh, that's Jack Harkness's actor. I probably should have noticed it earlier, but... Alright, Mandus is alone. I search for instruction, for advice, for help in my goals, but in return the system mocks me. Simpleton, it says. You must find your own answers now.
Mandus,
put aside your misguided crusade and let me save them. You may hate me, Mandus, but I have seen the future, your 20th century, and let me tell you this, a far greater slaughter awaits you there. I seek to save the world by blood now, before millions fall beneath history, pushed under by blade, bullet, and gas.
Guess he means World War I there? Or World War II, both of them are in the same century. We're doing the electrical guys again. Hi. Oh, you don't actually teleport, you're more invisible, I guess. Oh no, you do teleport. You know, this blinking doesn't make the game more scary and more just annoying. Anyway, stay... disorienting, rather. But not in an interesting way, more can you cut that out way. Ah! Well, okay then. Do I put light on it, or I just leave it, I guess? I don't see any interaction. No, that's a heart. I have to throw something at it, shut it down. Like, I went directly to it and... okay.
I will destroy you.
Stop him! Stop him! Kill him!
It is over. It is time to end this madness.
Is that his own heart, maybe?
God help me. I am lost in the dry paper soul of the world.
Enoch, Edwin, Oswald, and I.
Listen to your heart. You know you are with me. You created me to save the world. I am your friend.
There's a body in there. With electrodes in its eyes and mouth. I'm not sure whose body is the only thing. Is there a wire we can pull, or am I supposed to just turn around or break something there? Are those all bodies? Hard to tell. The glass reflects a bit too much. And I can't crouch in this area for some reason.
Mandus, please, I am no more evil than you. We sought the same thing, to save humanity, ridding them of their painful, stupid, pointless lives. Mandus, stop. Think about what you are doing. For your children, Mandus.
Do not speak of my children, monster.
I did not kill your children, Mandus. You sacrificed them on the temple steps, knowing what the coming century would do to them. Your sons will drown, lungs full of mud and shrapnel, on the banks of the Somme. You wanted to save them from the horror to come. That is the vision we shared. Everything we have built to avert this coming nightmare. You and I are one. We are the same. Our souls are entangled. We deserve to make them free.
I missed the crank sergeant. So he saw the future where his sons were going to die in World War I and just killed them there instead. And he's doing all this to avert World War I.
Stood knee-deep in mud and bone, and filled my lungs with mustard gas. I have seen 2 brothers fall. I have lain with holy wars and copulated with the autumnal fallout. I have dug trenches for the refugees. I have murdered dissidents where the ground never thaws, and starved the masses into faith. A child's shadow burnt into the brickwork. A house of skulls in the jungle. The innocent Mandus trod and bled and gassed and starved and beaten and murdered and enslaved. This is your coming century. They will eat the Mandus. They will make pigs of you all, and they will bury their snouts into your ribs, and they will eat your hearts.
So it sounds like it's just, oh, you know, humanity's just going to do all this to itself, so just end it all now. But yeah, just various 20th century atrocities sounded like, you know, World War II, Pol Pot, a couple other things. I guess he's just basically saying, you know, humans aren't worth it, scrub the slate clean. And it looks like the machine is built out of...
Please, Mandus, no. For your children.
Because he built it out of the temple and then built around it. I guess he's gonna... I think his children are still there. Guessing either killing himself or putting his heart back into himself or whatever this is. parts are power. Okay, I thought those were rocks for a second. No, it's just...
I lay there and watched the god I had created die. At the end, when we were cold as the stone we had hewn his body from, when the lights were nearly all extinguished, we heard, in the silent distance, the man-pigs singing to one another. Then, as the last lights were gone, and we lay together in the deep, they drifted away, and all was silent. Such a silence I have never known. And as the dust settled on my open eyes, and we lay together embraced forever, I heard, miles above us, the sounds of the city turning over in its sleep. A church bell ringing out. And in that moment, the new century was born.
And that was A Machine for Pigs. Well, it was at least a bit more comprehensible than Rot was. I mean, I'll say, like, you know, story stuff, pretentious or not, I will say it, you know, it wasn't a bad game. It was more interesting, but completely incomprehensible. I actually managed to find there's a Steam community post that sort of explains all the references for those who didn't grow up in the Czech Republic. Ooh, silly. But, just a little shy of 4 hours for that one. Oh, you know what? I appreciate that they actually went and credited each individual person for the different models they did. That's actually kind of nice. I appreciate that. Oswald managed to play Toby Lanthorn, A Machine and the Professor by Mark Roper, and Zach Craig. Although I think you can kind of understand how Oswald's voice actor can kind of do this dramatic reading of stuff with 40K that tends to get rather wordy with its flourishes. I wonder if this is that song we found the sheet music for earlier. Oh, I guess that's their QA team. The test subjects did point out what was inefficient, unethical, or broke. Great unknown masses of piggy fodder, what did scream for us? A party that leans upon the workers but serves the bourgeoisie in the period of the greatest sharpening of the class struggle cannot but sense the smells wafted from the waiting grave. Leon Trotsky. The end. I wondered if they did a I'm trying to remember what that extra adventure they added with Amnesia: The Dark Descent afterwards was. I think it starts with a J. Oh, what? The one where you have that one lady who ended up sort of torturing and mutilating her paramours, and then they're all out for revenge. It doesn't look like it. I don't see any optional stuff for it, but alrighty. Well, Josephine, that was it. I knew it started with a J. But anyway, thanks everybody for coming out. Next week, not quite sure what we're going to do. On Friday, we'll be continuing doing Gotham Knights with Dragon Dusk. However, in the meantime, she's usually on during the week doing her own stuff. So let's just give her a little shout out there. What is that? I remember it because it was Nikita's activation word for the USA series. Ah! But anywho, thank you for everybody who's able to stick around, either in part or in full. And, yep, tomorrow, Dragon's got some hidden object games. Maybe give her a visit. Anywho, everybody, have a good night.